things for work and regular. So good enough. All right. And I still need to. That's another thing I need to add to my list. Hold on, I gotta to my streaming stuff list. I need to fade out the intro music because damn, that intro music cuts off so abruptly. Hi, hey everybody. Uh, it's Friday. That means we get to explore Amethil, and I'm excited about that. I'm not sure everybody here is also excited, but I'm excited about it.
Is there a new Sirenscape?
No, I just do it every time in case you have it saved, and in case you don't have it saved.
Okay. I'm about to say there's no sound, and then you sent that, so
Oh, I just don't have anything planned right now. I've
yeah,
gotten
yeah.
the habit of actually shutting the music off when I end the stream. Otherwise, I'd freak myself out on Saturdays, and I'm like, "What the fuck is that music?" I'm like, "Oh,
I think I'm gonna
Brindletown."
miss how it used to be. When for some reason for the Las Vegas group, when you turned it on for the first time, and it would just do X's ringtone even after you deleted the sound.
Yeah, I don't. I still don't have an explanation for that. I do still have the ringtones on here though.
It was great. I loved it.
The
It
test
made me
sound.
giggle every time.
Everybody
What?
just get the
Saw
dying
sound for a
rooster.
second.
Are you getting the dying rooster sound?
Yeah.
Yes. Uh-oh.
Wilhelm, no.
Are you shaking your head no, Sin? You're not getting sound now?
Yeah, I'm not getting any sound.
In
Did you-
Sirenscape?
Oh, there it goes. Good now.
Good. Now that everybody's good. Brindletown. At 35% because it's too loud. All right, so who wants to do recap?
I will state it again. Since it's a new campaign, if no one else wants to do it, I'll volunteer. But then you're getting Sin recap, which is like 5 minutes shorter than everyone else's.
Perfect. I need to shoot something quick.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd have the same type of recap this time because I didn't do any rewatch and I'm just tired right now.
All right, Sin recap it is.
Okay, let me try to remember how we started. Okay, everyone wakes up at the same time after having this dream vision thing of this entity. Nell wakes up, takes notes. Them and Thrain, I think, both take notes.
No, I let her take the notes.
Okay, so yeah.
Then
Desmond wakes up and does more research with Quillwise. Roderick wakes up, goes and does his task, and just helps out around the village. Once everyone's awake, they go do training outside the guild hall. Roderick and Desmond go and watch a little bit. Then the big bright light with the crest call them inside. Quillwise ask us about some Archlich Crusim from this big book that he pulled out. Lived about hundreds of thousands of years ago. Came before demons and devils. So strong that the gods had to split it, and that's what created the demons and devils. Story talks about a creature called, I spelt this wrong, or I don't know how to spell it. Baradrole? Something like that.
Just Baradrol.
Baradrole.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably just write bear-a drill.
Immortal has been forced fed souls of fiends to a point where its shell cannot hold it anymore. Their strength is combined from the souls, but the human cannot hold the power, and it burns through this host. They've been trying to perfect this shell, and we think that's what attacked us. The Abyss Kissed were the thralls of these beings, primordial malevolence, but they were always willing. Then he starts talking about the Aegis of Eternity that's supposed to keep creatures of great power trapped in the plains of hell. The only way this Aegis can be broken is by performing some type of ritual, the Eclipse Unbound, and someone on both sides of the plane needs to be part of the ritual in order to do it. Everyone talks for a while, comes up with a plan, decides that we need to go and warn all of the other major factions. On the way over there, we need to investigate. What is this place? Elm Hollows. So we gather our supplies. Quillwise finds us a few extra things, some magic items, pulls out a shield that the Order was having custom made for Nell. And once we all get our magic items, we head out. About a 4.5 day trip to Elm Hollows. When we get there, we do our investigations. Thrain looks over where the ritual happened. Nell uses their knowledge of the town layout to do some investigation, and Desmond tries to detect the magic that was used here while Roderick scouts the area. And we find out that the church, the temple there, was destroyed before the big explosion. We think that 5 of the priests or the clergyman or something were used in the ritual to their souls were fed to whatever this thing was. Then we tried not to stay long. We gathered some of the bones and stuff from the ritual and headed out north even more. 2 miles away from there, we make camp. During a watch, some of us see shadows and figures in the fire of the creature that we had dreamed of the previous few nights ago. Sometime during the watch, everyone ends up falling asleep, and we have another group vision, or everyone has the same vision, where we pack up, head north even more. This object falls from the sky, and inside, like, the object is this egg. When we look inside the egg, one of us sees a pale baby with bright blue glowing eyes. Another one of us sees a deep red skinned baby with ghostly white eyes. Nell goes over, picks up one of them, and finds out that they are twins, identical except for skin and eye color. Then we're immediately standing in a void. A bright light appears. The same figure walks forward on the other side of it. Says, "Hello, my abyss kissed. I want you to see the truth that the world has buried. This is the birth of it all, of good and evil. We are the children of faith. Our position was to weave the threads of fate and causality. Everything you see or do is a result of the woven tapestry of fate, and that is how we became the abyss kiss, the last of our kind." Then, after ranting about that, we all wake up back at the camp that we had set the previous night. And I believe that's where it ended.
Perfect. And Sin gets an inspiration.
A inspiration, one could say.
Inspiration.
I will let you give me 1d4 of damage.
Yeah, so that's where we're gonna start off with tonight's session 2. So let me figure out why Brindletown isn't playing on loop like it's supposed to.
Does that mean the conversation with Cool Eyes never happened?
No, the conversation you had with Quillwise happened.
Okay. Because how I was watching and remembering it, it was we finished with Kowai's after we woke up the first time, and then the thing fell from the sky.
I was under the
So-
impression we ended up sleeping through an entire day.
Yeah, I was confused on the timing and time frame of that stuff.
Guess
Because
that's something your characters are gonna have to find out now, isn't it?
Sure. Okay.
What if more pasta?
So yeah. So you all wake up at the campsite. Everything appears to be normal. And if you all have any sort of discussions with one another about like your dreams and everything that you had last night, you will all recount the event playing out the exact same way. You all remember seeing each other there. You all remember seeing every detail the same as it was in your dream or your vision. Is there any sort of dialogue you guys want to have about that? I mean, you guys just seen a few things that, you know, probably not the most normal of occurrences.
we'll write down as much as I remember from what the being said. Pull up some paper, try to write it down. Just so I can let Quillwise know about it. See if it triggers anything for him.
All right. Are you gonna try to call him, or are you gonna wait for him to like make contact with you, or?
Not gonna reach out yet, but I'm just want it wrote down so I don't forget it.
Understood. Okay.
If other people want to call him, then I'll relay it then. But there's nothing we can really do about it right now. Is my thought. So
I'd like to go investigate the crash site, quote unquote.
Okay.
yeah, is the crash site still there?
That's what I'm looking for.
Are you all going to investigate together? Is Nell going by themselves? Adam, what is your background doing?
What do you mean?
Sparkling and rotating.
I just keep seeing it reset, and it's like a hard reset.
Is it a hard reset? Okay,
It looked
hang
like
on.
it was. I keep seeing it out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Go with Nell just to make sure nobody's going alone.
Okay.
Did you guys had that vision too then? You're heading in the same spot that I dreamt the object
Yep.
crashed.
Yeah, I'm sensing this is a part of the mark.
Yell's eyes are wide and filled with, you're not sure if it's panic or rage or both.
Okay.
If it's there, I know it.
I was just gonna
Go ahead.
follow Nell with take the group.
Desmond is gonna like tidy up camp then.
Okay. Megan, I need another 20, please. pretty damn good. So as you head off into the field in the direction where you remember seeing that object hit, as you start approaching, you could clearly see that there is a divot in the ground. And as you get even closer to it, you notice that there's no burn, no anything indicating that that's there, but you can clearly see that there is a crater of something impacting there at some point.
Am I able to tell whether or not, like, possibly this happened a long time ago?
Yeah, so you definitely can discern that something a long time ago did land in this spot, and it created like a permanent scar in the landscape.
So if those children ever did exist, it was a long time ago. You can see where it hit, but it certainly wasn't recent. The Beadrill did say that it was showing us the birth of good and evil. Perhaps it truly was a vision of the past, so to say?
Remember anything else? I don't remember looking around to see if there was anything else.
I was more focused on the confusion of
Yeah.
meteor babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. And who's to say which one of them was truly good and which one was truly evil?
And a little icing on the cake here. As you're like looking this over, Nell, your detect good and evil just flares off. In this site here, you can sense is a huge mixture of good and evil, and the feelings that you get from it are almost like an ocean where two rivers meet.
That is just an overwhelming divide that's also spinning into each other.
Yep.
I can't even tell because I didn't even try, but there's a moment where I was detecting the good and evil. And there was very strong senses of both, but also them colliding and blending. It truly did show that there is a massive gray area and it is not black and white. Did we ever figure out whether or not we could talk to Quillwise right now?
Yeah, it's a sending stone. If you talk to him now, he pulls out of his bag. You ate it?
Quillwise, when's the last time we talked to you?
What?
When was the last time we spoke through the stone?
Hello?
Quillwise.
Hold on. I know you're here somewhere. Ah, there it is.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sorry. You were buried under just piles of study.
Maybe you should fashion it into an amulet of sorts so it's always right around your neck so you can hear it easily.
I put it precisely where I know it'll be.
Understood. I was wondering when the last time we spoke to you through the stone was.
Yesterday?
Yesterday. And what did we discuss?
That you are making your way towards Sea Bluff. So you should be on the waters today, I assume, right?
No. So,
No?
we slept for a day and a half? We got sucked into a vision with the Beadrill, and next thing we knew, we were waking up beside camp again, and I wasn't sure if that conversation with you actually happened.
This is an interesting development.
Yes. They've apparently had their fingers in our existences for quite some time because they discussed causing my father's demise, and he died when I was 7.
How is that even possible?
I have no idea. But there was speakings as if the idea of the Eclipsean Order was implanted into you and Ilarion as well. How did you come by that name?
Come by which name?
The Eclipsean Order.
I didn't. That was all Hilarion's doing.
It was all Ilarion. Okay. And what was the name of that ritual you said that somebody would have had to do to
The
free
Eclipse Unbound.
Eclipse?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
I too took note in the coincidence between the names.
Yeah.
But Ilarion always said that it stood for tough times, that even when the darkness eclipses the light, at the end of it, the brightness still shines through.
I don't know. It all feels like it fits too clearly.
Well, we will surely
Oh
find
my
out
fucking
sooner or
god,
later.
Jay. I'm sorry, I just read the chat. Anyways, where were we?
If you want me to ban them, just let me know. Yeah, I mean, so far, the brightness has always shined through, so I take it for what it is, but we will all find out sooner or later the truths here. I just hope that we're not too late when we do.
I'm very fearful of how much of our time will be robbed by this being. How much control they truly have over us. If they can force us to sleep for a day and a half while showing us vision that lasted all in about 8 minutes.
What you're describing reminds me almost of traveling planes, as the time flows differently in one plane from another, but if anything like that happens again, try to contact me on this. If you're on the same plane, we should still be able to talk.
Yes. So, we are currently standing over a divot that we watched form in this vision or what have you, where a large celestial object crashed into the earth, and inside were two babies, and the being said it was the birth of good and evil. There's very clearly a divot in the ground here that was from a while ago. So that lines up with the time thing that you said. And when I detected good and evil from it, it was an extremely strong presence of both. So perhaps it truly is the birthplace.
It's an interesting choice of words. The birth of good and evil.
And there were two babies inside of the
Well,
celestial body.
also, in the
crashed.
writings of the Archlich, and you start hearing like papers like flipping in the background, he says that exact same phrase.
The birth
But
of good and evil?
the birth of good and evil, but he's mentioning it in the context of Amethil. If
Like
what
the good and evil of Amethil, or of the world, or
of all.
well, we are in Amethil, and there is quite clearly this divot here.
Yeah, right here. He says that Amethil was the birthplace of good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And that the reason that we have so much fiendish activity here is that this is the thinnest link between the material plane and the infinite hells.
Is there some sort of like North Star in this world? Or something like that to be able to give a sense of direction just by looking up at the sky?
I mean, there is definitely stars there, but there's no like singular. And due to the nature of like celestial beings, like the celestials, as in the stars,
Mm-hmm.
constantly move and change. It would be incredibly difficult to navigate just by stars
So it
alone.
would have to be during the day that you would make that determination then.
Right, exactly. You
Because
would
of,
have to have a clear indicator.
got it.
Well,
So, friends, are we traveling through the night since it's dark now? Or will we wait till light? I know, Roderick, you can't see in the dark, can you?
I can follow just fine.
Easily.
I mean, we could make the trek, or we could wait till the light. There's a part of me that wants to wait till the light simply so I can use the sun to figure out which direction is to where Dracarius used to be and is now Carrion Crawl,
so I will
and
say,
set off the good and evil to see if the evil points there.
so one thing I would say is, I mean, there is a body of water right by you.
Mm-hmm.
So like you could probably determine a rough whereabouts of everything, just by using the body and then like the the natural markers that way. Obviously, it wouldn't be super precise, but if you want to try to give me a nature roll on it, you could determine that way.
What if instead survival?
Sure, I'll take that,
I got guidance too.
bro.
I don't
Never
need it.
mind.
Nell is
let me-
freaked
I mean-
out and is just seeing all. What
I
do
mean, you have
see
it
with your
anyway.
Special eyes.
Go ahead and give me another 20, please. Yeah,
Said
get all
roll.
those good rolls out of the way. Yeah, so I mean, you could fairly accurately determine like where Dracarius would be in approximation of where you are based on just leaving the village that you did, and you've been there before, and you knew about the church.
Mhm.
So like within a margin of error, you could tell the direction where Dracarius used to be.
And looking at the divot, trying to set off the detect good and evil.
So you're trying to see like that flow of good and evil, like if evil's coming from that direction, or if good is,
If
or
evil, yeah, if evil was born that side, so to say.
you can't really determine on that factor, just because the way that the water, if you will, is churning here. Like, this is the churning point. You're not able to really tell based on the range of like detect good and evil, which direction it's coming from. This is just like a melting pot of good and evil is definitely emitting from this site.
Being that this would be the birthplace of good and evil, we're relatively speaking close to Elm Hollows, right?
Mhm.
Or where it used to be.
Mhm.
Could that be the reason why they chose Elm Hollows? It wouldn't be at this exact point because there's nothing here. There's no people here. But that would be the closest place with full clergy.
And also, there's the thought of perhaps the being was able to come through here because, as Quillwise said, the veil is thinnest, and that was the closest point that it could get to where there were people to sacrifice. Quillwise, what think you?
Like, you can still hear him like sort of reading, and the whole time you've been talking, you're hearing him like reading under his breath, like the same passage that he was reading out loud to you before. And he's like, I think that you may be onto something with that assumption. And if you can believe any of these writings, it all starts to make sense. That if this was the birthplace of good and evil, if this is where the link is the strongest, then maybe that's how this creature is able to communicate so easily with you.
Right there when it first happened.
Or rather, because of our proximity to where it happened.
Yeah.
Or to the veil.
But that still begs the question of why us? It said it handpicked us. I'm not from around here. I'm from way up north.
And yet somehow it decided you. I suppose this is something we've yet to see.
And then isn't Desmond, it's not even from this island, this continent. So
If
We'll
fate
find
was
out
inclined
eventually.
to make this happen, we would need wiser minds than ours to try to piece it together.
at this point, how much of this is following the Archlich's writing?
Well, there are story beats that are matching up, but nothing is following it. His writings are all from a first-hand account of different things. So right now I'm cross-referencing between 5 of his manuscripts and piecing together information that he's saying in correlation to things that you are finding. But none of his stories are following any of this.
Well, I suppose that also goes to bring in that time aspect again. of Interplanar, we could be experiencing all of those things at the same rate. Those 5 writings occur at the same time for us.
That's a possibility I never considered. But his stories are all grandiose adventures of him being the hero.
And maybe those will appear for us soon.
Well, if you
Tell me.
find him, get his signature for me.
Sure. Was this Archlich a Abyskist at any point?
Him, no. But he mentions a group of them that he slew.
Great.
By his accounts, he was the one who slew the last remaining.
Yep.
Describe what they are, who they are.
He doesn't have details into the who, other than they were fanatics that followed this primeval malevolence around and did the bidding willingly. He depicted them all as pure evil.
This Beadrill referred to us as the last of our kind.
So perhaps the Archlich was incorrect in his notions.
Or perhaps the Archlich also exists among many timelines, and we are the ones he slays. With all these mind games, who's to say this Beadrill doesn't make us its puppets and fanatics at some point?
Well, if it turns to that,
If it turns to that, kill me.
we have the playbook to know how to defeat him. But,
Defeat the Archlich?
well, if he is the antagonist,
Is he, though?
everyone's the hero of their own book.
Yes, but I'm saying in that we don't get to see ourselves from an outside perspective very often to see how we could fall within the grays of morality in the eyes of others.
Very
Would you
true.
say this lich is good or evil, as depicted in his writings? I mean, granted, you can see his motives and whatever he does in those, I'm sure.
Yes, he is depicted as good, as noble. Even his lichhood was done from a place of mostly nobleness.
But aren't they usually? Once they go on their big tirade, you always hear the bard singing of, it's always, I did it for the sake of finding a cure for my wife, or something like that.
Yeah, most evil is not evil for evil's sake. But again, if his accounts are correct, he would be the hero of the story.
And if we are to believe that this is the same happenings, and we are these last Abyss-Kist that he slays. We may become the evil puppets of this Beedrill. Or perhaps this is a reverse scenario in which he is evil and we are good, and apparently this Beedrill is good, which I doubt, considering.
I find no qualities of goodness in this thing.
Yes, and then there is also, considering we know that they do become psychotic fanatics, if that'll help us steel our minds better against it. Anyone else have thoughts? Nope. Okay.
Speculation is not my strong suit.
Pulling words that just start making sense to me. After you say them, like everything's lining up to what makes me understand it.
All right. Well, glad that I've been easy to follow in that regard. I just wasn't sure if anybody else had theories. Well, it's always good to have this in our playbook. I'm going to mark this spot.
What does Archlich look like? Do we know what he looked like or was like before everything happened that he describes?
According to him, he was one of the most handsome, noble elves.
Elves. All right.
He come from? Where is he from? Do we know?
He's not from anywhere. His writings have never hailed a place that he necessarily called home. Though, if you put together, a lot of his accounts do happen on Amethil.
Nell hands the stone to Thrain and walks off, looking for like large stones of sort to put around the circle so they can find it easily later.
Anything else that we know about him in general that would help us maybe avoid him?
He's dead.
In the situation where we're reliving his
Well,
tales.
In the time frame where he slew the remaining Abyss-Kist, he had already been a lich for some odd 1,000 years. So avoid any liches.
I believe that was generally the plan. Okay. Anybody else got anything?
Nell's building those little towers of rocks that you see as like trail markers.
And I will say, you could put this in your character notes, Megan, that based on your 220 rolls on the investigation and the survival, if at any time you want to come back to this location, you will be able to find this exact location again.
Okay.
She'll never forget this place. They'll never forget this place. Sorry.
Correct.
Thank you.
have the world map open, I added a pin under the T of the Towering Wilds.
All right. So if desired to return to the birthplace of good and evil, I'll be able to find it, no problem.
Yes.
Okay. And they even made it more obvious to find it because they're building little fucking stone towers around it.
I mean, maybe that's another thing that Nell did to ensure that they don't forget. Like,
Yes.
Like the ritual of it almost is what's helping to cement
Secure
that
it in their
location.
brain.
That's the stone. Or I'll talk cool-wise. We'll talk again soon. Probably when we get the sea bluff to check in.
Well, I now have another chapter that I have to read around and try to see if there's more information. So hopefully I have something more for you as well.
Sounds good. And I'll hand the stone back to Roderick.
And then you guys hear him walk off and start talking in the background to himself again, and you're hearing papers shifting around and
Double tap the stone, see if it stops.
you get boop boop.
That's how we hang up. Brief pacing around, then return to the camp to take out rations because we haven't eaten in a day and a half, I guess. Should probably fuel the bodies.
Did you all find the spot?
Yes, I've marked it off, and we spoke with Quillwise about all of it, and this is all pretty well lining up with not lining up. These are bits and pieces of things that occurred in the Archlich's writings. And in the Archlich's writings state that he slays the last of the Abyss-Kissed.
Okay.
They're
So, as far as we know, we are the only new ones?
the only new ones, or the Beedrill did refer to us as the last of our kind.
Those craters
And from
rather old.
Yes, the spot over there looks like it happened ages ago. From what Quillwise said, it seems like we are weaving between planes when this Beedrill takes us. And so we are simultaneously existing in several timelines.
Does planar travel have any correlation with chrono magic?
I have no idea. Probably of some sort. That's a question for Quillwise himself.
Saying the timelines flow at different speeds.
Yes.
I've been to other planes. It's not me going forward and backwards in time. It's when I'm on that plane, I'm aging rapidly or slowly myself.
Um, anybody who wants, feel free to give me an Arcana or a history roll.
I like how the thing that I get a +0 to, I got 2 crits on, but history, which I'm supposed to be good at, no.
So, uh, Thrain and Desmond, both of you would know that the way time works depends on the plane. So on some planes, you would age rapidly. On some planes, you would age even more slowly. On some planes, a minute on that plane could be an hour on the material plane or a day on the material plane. So time definitely works differently depending on the plane that you're in. But there are no set rules for how it works, like on a universal scale. Each plane could react differently.
I don't think we're on multiple timelines at the same time. I don't think that level of magic has even been invented yet. It sounds more like if someone is trying to manipulate this whole chain of events over a longer period of times, they can be using different planes to speed up the process for themselves, while this plane is the hatching point for the plan. Unless this person has cracked that level of chronomancy, and if that's the case, I don't know any precautions to take against it. I don't think we would find anyone that would know.
All we know is that these Abyssists were apparently listening to the Bay Drill and crazed fanatics. So I'm not sure if this means we're going to slowly lose our minds, or perhaps knowing this allows us to fight against it and not have it lose our minds.
I need my mind. I got
think
more
we all-
important. I got more important
Yeah.
shit to deal with than this fucking psycho.
Feeling
This is all just theory crafting at this point. We have no proof of the Archlich even currently existing here, or that will be sent to it, or what have you by this being. It's all a guess.
Either way, let's slaps his face. Let's not ruin a new day thinking about a bad yesterday. And we
Bad
have
yesterday
stuff.
and a half, actually.
We have
when
stuff we
we
need to accomplish.
When we called up Quillwise, that conversation we had with him on the stone was yesterday morning to him. So we lost essentially a day and a half, a little over a day. Less than 48 hours, but maybe 30.
Amazing.
And terrifying.
So everyone has been arrested and should be full of energy.
Except for that we haven't eaten in that time, so
Yes.
let's
Can
crack
we-
open some rations.
please.
I'll cook up something.
Oh, you cook?
Yes. I borrowed
Delighted to find
some
out.
tools, some utensils from the guild before we left so I can have us eat actual meals on our journey.
Better than dried meats and Stale bread.
More sanitary as well. Desmond will start cooking.
All right. Anybody else doing anything while food cooks that you need to make note of?
Been thinking about that sheet of gold that we have.
Yes.
We were gonna have someone carve a coat of arms into it. How do we
I mean-
feel about having them go an extra step? And how many of you remember Valerion's speech at our last meal?
His usual toast.
Yes. Have them carve that into it as well.
Could certainly turn it into a wall hanging quite easily. Perhaps make the words wrap around the outside of it.
Yeah.
Disc.
It's just something that I was been thinking about.
It's a beautiful idea, Thray.
No objections here.
Well, after dinner is all set, we can head out. I've got torches if we need to light them up.
The ability to make light, so as long as we have something like stick, no reason to waste them if we don't
Swords,
need them.
Eclipsean Order shield.
Exactly. No need to waste anything we don't have to.
I mean, if it exhausts you to do it, then don't. But if it's something that you can just simply do, by all means.
It's simple.
Wonderful.
And I'll go find one of just another stone for now, and I'll cast light on it. So we can have some light while we're eating.
Well, I assume there's a fire too.
More light.
I mean, I feel like the fire had to be restarted because if we were out for a day and a half, whatever was there is burned.
What is the light spell? The cantrip? How bad is that?
Bright light, 20-foot radius, dim, and another 20.
Okay. I could do
It's-
5 feet.
Yeah.
You're like,
Oh,
"I have
5
light
feet?
bulb."
It's not the cantrip, it's something else.
Yours is basically a candle.
Yeah.
I got Kindle.
But yours doesn't go away until you want it to. Because Artificer.
Mine only lasts an hour, but it's simple, so I can recast easily.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone been to Sea Bluff? I know this question was asked once before during our travels, but everyone's answer eludes me.
I've passed through it, but never actually been there. Just,
Same.
yeah.
It's on the north side of the rise, the collapsing rise. I never made it that far south until I crossed over the river.
I think Nell would be a good spearhead heading into the town.
Me? Why me?
You're a paladin. This place is run by fellow paladin.
Very
Some
true.
that you were accepted to train under before this whole mess happened. It's some that you were already accepted to train under some of these paladins before.
I mean, yes and no. Being accepted into the school is one thing, but they wouldn't have known much of me. Wouldn't probably have even known of me.
Regardless, I think you being a paladin increases our odds of getting anything done
Very
substantially.
true.
I don't see it hurting us in any way.
No, of course. I guess I just wasn't expecting to fall into the take the lead sort of scenario, but
If it
I can certainly manage it, no problem.
worries you, my reputation with the plague doctors overseas usually gets me into most places with my paperwork.
Where I very clearly just arrive as a paladin without paperwork. And I do have the shield of the order so that they would see it and just assume and maybe need to talk that way.
Fellow paladin brings good tidings. A plague doctor suddenly showing up, asking to come in.
Suspicious.
I try not to pull that card often.
Yeah.
And he like pulls out his actual plague doctor mask from his pack. Like if things get dire, I have even more proof.
You know, I kind of just thought that you'd replace the thing that swings open for when you eat, like unclip that and put on a new one.
The people that
Tabards?
train under have special masks for certain achievements and educational levels. So this custom one that I made myself was more to hide my rapport whenever I was adventuring.
Indeed. Very interesting. Well, let's pack it on up and start our walk, eh?
Yeah.
Tabards on? Were we given new ones? I'm assuming they were all burned off.
Yeah, you guys still
Or-
have your tabards for the order as well.
God damn it, Adam.
I suppose to hold face when we're actually about to go in to see Bluff, we should suit up.
You don't necessarily have to be wearing it, Finn, but they are at your disposal.
I am wearing mine, at least.
Considering Quillwise told us not to discuss with the other leads the fate of Larian and the other members of the Eclipse so that they'll actually listen to us, we should probably appear in uniform so that it looks as though we've come as directed by our accepted leader.
Yep. I'll follow suit.
I know you said follow suit, but it kind of sounded like follow soup in my earbud. Yeah, follow soup. Like, what kind? I hope it's corn chowder.
It's got the juice.
It's got the juice.
So we're heading north to this little village that may or may not help us across the water.
They shouldn't. Plus, they have the teleporter as well, which we may be able to gain access to given our status as members of the Eclipsean Order.
In Sea Bluff, I believe, that the
Yeah,
teleporter.
the teleporter is in Seabuff.
And that's where we're going, yes?
We're heading to a little fishing village up the way to get.
Right. I'm sorry. My apparently I'm one track minded right now.
We did lose a day, so it's understandable.
Understandable. Okay, fishing village. I'm there. If the river was thinner, I'd suggest otherwise, but yeah, we can't really cross easily there.
You don't want to do
To
a
the
day's
village it
swim.
is.
No, I don't want to swim for more than
I would.
any length of time.
If you swim for a day and sin makes it alive, I'll just promote y'all to level 20.
Look, that's it. That's the campaign.
Right, that was the campaign.
All right, let's start making survival rolls for our swims. First one to crit fail loses.
So you all start traveling, and in your 8 hours of travel, it takes you from night to day, and not too long after sunrise, you can see the exterior of this small community. I say community because it's only just a handful of homes surrounded by wooden pikes, and it doesn't even have a name on the map. I don't mean that in meta terms. I mean that literally on any map of Amethil, this place doesn't have a name.
They call themselves, if we know. Before going in, what do they call their town?
I don't tell anything.
But say you're not from around here, and there's not a name on
Good
the
point.
map. So
Good point. I wouldn't know. Yeah, I really wouldn't know.
Hey there, Quillwise. What was the name of this fishing village we're going to help us cross the water?
are you actually gonna do that?
Yeah, pick up the sending stone and ask. Why not?
Sure. It doesn't have a name.
It doesn't have a name.
It doesn't have a name.
Even to the folks that live there.
I don't live there. I don't know. To my knowledge, it does not have a name.
Okay. Well, thank you anyways.
And then you start hearing him talking in the background again.
Awkward tap tap to see if it turns off again.
It's like, oh, that's where I put my...
Oh. Apparently you do just tap it.
Good to know.
All right. Message deleted by a moderator. Cliff said no. You are not taking my player. Hi. And so we march up to said village.
Yeah.
And as you all start to approach, you could see that there's what appears to be 3 homes and then a larger structure that looks like some sort of a community structure. And that is the entire location that you're at here. And you can see that there are people in the center of the village, and they have a canoe turned upside down, and they're applying oil to it as you're walking up.
With a pleasant smile on their face, Nell walks up joyfully. Hello, I was wondering where we could go to possibly commission a ferry across the way to Sea Bluff.
If you're looking for a ferry, you're not really in the right area here. We have limited hands, and everybody here has their duties. But if you're looking to purchase a boat, we can assist you with that.
I'd be willing to consider it, depending on the cost. Rent.
We don't need this permanently. We're just looking for a ride.
If you guys want to, you can do a persuasion roll to try to talk them into it. It looks like Desmond and Nell are the only two that spoke up, so if one of you wants to assist the other, you're more than welcome to.
Am I close enough to cast guidance on them? Like touch them. I have to touch them.
Sure, you have to touch them, and there's also some semantic components, aren't there?
Yeah.
Okay. You can definitely do that, but just know that you are saying
Yeah.
the semantic components.
I do
will-
feel like that gives you disadvantage when they know that they're trying to improve.
I'm
I think
gonna.
you're just gonna do it. I should be fine. I have a +4 in persuasion.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
not
gonna say-
this. I would just hinder you.
I
With
was
my
gonna.
-1.
So I will
So
say,
if
Thrin,
somebody were willing to, for some coin, sail us across the way.
And I'll lean up and touch you and say, I am willing to contribute as I cast guidance. Not subtly. And I'm just saying, I'm willing to help.
Sure,
Contribute.
give me a stealth roll.
That's not fun to see.
Dropped a 7, so that would be an 8 because I don't think the armor. Unless this is.
I'm wearing scale mail. Does that get disadvantage?
Yes, apparently so.
Scale, yes.
Scale does. Okay.
And as you do, as you cast that, the person you're talking to looks at you and goes, "You trying to cast a spell on me?"
Not you. Only her.
They'll just kind of like shoot you a look like.
At this point, the guy has like
Don't touch
thrown
me.
the towel that he was rubbing the oil on, like on the canoe, and he's like crossed his arms and he's looking at you now.
I apologize, sir. If there's anybody in town who may be willing to be given a reasonable amount of coin to be sent to give us a ride across the way, could you point us in their direction so that we may speak with them?
Give me that persuasion roll.
I just almost just dropped the D20, like, yes, this is what we are doing.
Yes. Can I?
All going according to plan.
Everything's fine. I am the best talker. I thought I did pretty good. I'm blaming Thrain on this one with the magic bullshit.
Can I have another D20, please?
I don't want it. I don't want to confirm that crit fail.
Can you please roll for me 2d6 at disadvantage?
I wouldn't know how to make it a disadvantage, but I can sure roll 2d6.
Click the disadvantage button before you roll.
Yes, that is what an intelligent person would do. Oh, I wish that counted. When I went to go click the disadvantage button, since I had already had the dice in my hand, it dropped them, and they were both 6s.
I did not do it. Okay, we'll roll it again.
But that's still 2d6s. We know how to read and go, yes, one is a 6 and one is a 4.
Right. I want 2d6s at disadvantage, though. So, like,
Okay.
roll
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then we're going to use the 7, because that's the disadvantage piece of it.
I was not comprehending. I thought it was roll 2d6 because this is that disadvantage.
And actually, because it's a 7, I need you to roll me 2d6s again, please.
Cliff is making this complicated for no reason.
I have. Okay, so, he looks at you and he goes, Ain't no one here gonna take you anywhere. If you want a boat, it's 1 gold, and it's yours to keep. If you don't, I'm gonna have to excuse myself from this conversation because I have to tend to this one.
May I ask what kind of boat it is? If it's just exactly the same as this canoe?
Yeah, he just pats on the canoe. It'll get the 4 of you wherever you need to go, as long as you don't try taking it up the mend.
Pardon me while I convene with my compatriots. Just kind of like turns, looks at them with stiff eyes, like, are we really going to fucking paddle across the goddamn lake?
It's gonna suck. I don't feel like walking back around. That's another, what, 2 weeks?
There is the bridge that would bring us, actually into the Dragon Sands. We could just go to Sandscale first and then walk to Sea Bluff and not have to paddle for who knows how long. Because I don't have any teleport abilities. I don't think any of us do.
It's not even a 2-day journey to Sea Bluff.
Have you guys done it before? Or do you guys do it often?
We do what we need to make trade.
We're inexperienced sailors, and I believe that it might increase from a 2 days journey.
Yeah. It's gonna take you a week to get to the Dragon Sands. Still faster.
Roderick, Desmond, opinions? Thoughts?
Faster is better. He knows he has us at a disadvantage.
With a deep sigh, now clearly doesn't want to do this, but is going to. She hands him 2 gold instead of 1.
Looks
All right.
kind of dubious. What's the second one for? I can only sell you 1 boat.
The second one's for that 1 gold does not feel enough for something that we can travel that far with. The second is to boost your economy or something. I don't know. Kindness?
He pockets it, but he's still looking at you very unsure. Right this way. And he walks.
You know what? Fuck this guy. I'm joking. Oh, it still had that disadvantage hit. I mean, it's not really much of a difference.
You rolled an 8. So yeah, he walks over to the back of the little common house that's there, and there's a small rack with 3 other boats of similar make on it, and he lifts one off, and he walks over, and he holds it out for you to grab it.
Grabs it. I don't know.
Yep.
Throws it on the shoulder and starts walking towards the shore.
Y'all need any fish or anything before you go?
We have it covered.
Does this come with paddles? We're good?
Yeah.
Good.
He's like, yeah, the oars are tucked inside.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you, sir, for your business. Off we go.
And I saw if he said, "Oh, the Warriors are extra gold." But because you already gave me the large gold for no reason, doesn't count.
Adam, how about you shut up before we have to deal with it?
We already got it. We already got the oars. We're leaving.
He's the DM. He can do what he wants. He can wreck on it.
Oh no, you guys woke up again at the campsite. Now you got to relive this day over and over again.
Listen, it's already Groundhog Day today. Why not?
Exactly.
Right?
All right, yeah. Does anybody have any experience with ships? Does anybody have navigator's tools?
Nope.
Those are expensive.
So,
We all broke.
All right.
if we were to be going to the river, it would be thinner, but we'd also have to deal with more of a flow to fight.
Also, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here or anything, but like,
Listen, this is not a logical brain. This is a fearful brain.
it's all good.
It's
You don't
water.
have to do any of it. You can walk around the whole fucking thing if you want to. That's an option. Take you a little bit longer, but only like
A little?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Take you 7 days instead of 2. Or you could walk back and attempt to swim the mend, or walk back to the bridge. Do whatever y'all want to do.
No.
Or you could just say fuck Sea Bluff and not go. But you are out 2 gold. I don't think that he's gonna give you a refund.
No.
Here we go.
All right.
All right. I need to know, what order are you all sitting in?
Sit in the middle somewhere so I'm not upsetting the balance.
Because you thick.
Kinda. Pretty sure I'm the biggest one.
It's just a constant clapping wherever we go.
Seems to be a common occurrence.
No, that's just sin in real life. It's different.
Damn, boy, he thick. Desmond will sit at the tip, I guess.
What sort of armor does Desmond wear?
I don't know.
Mel will also be close to the center because
Okay, then
Thrain and I wear heavier armor, so
Scale.
we would be needing to balance weight.
Yep, and then Roderick's in the back.
Okay, so are we saying it's Desmond, Nell, Thrain, Roderick, or Desmond, Roderick, Nell? I'm sorry, yeah, Desmond, Thrain, Nell, Roderick.
I'll sit towards the front.
Sure. For no reason in particular.
Sure.
I don't want to fight a kraken in a canoe.
I don't think
At level 1.
You're level 1. I would not make you fight a kraken.
I know. That's why it'd be funny.
Be the nest of krakens.
Right, it would be just the tentacle of the kraken.
Yeah, I mean, just listen. All I'm saying is that you might want to be cracking heads.
Yeah. All right. So, you all climb into this canoe that fits 4 comfortably, and you push offshore. We're just gonna make this a group check. Here we go. Unless you object, right? So if it's a group check, it even your odds a little bit, but if someone is standoutish, it might fuck you over. Does one person want to be the navigator, or do you all collectively want to try to make sure you get there in the right vein?
I say we all do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Okay. Everybody, go ahead and give me a survival roll, please, and we will take the average.
Looking good.
Hey.
Yeah, I think that you guys are probably on a solid route here. And do you all plan on alternating who's going to be rowing? Or is it going to be one person rowing? Or is it going to be one person on one side and another on the other? What's your game plan for how you plan on making this travel work?
Alternating duos of rowing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Other sets sleeping /
So
resting in some way.
Yep.
If
Sometimes
possible.
it's Thrain and Roderick. Sometimes it's Desmond and Nell.
Okay. So are we starting off with...
Evens is going to be Nell and Des.
All right. So, Nell and Dez for this. Please give me, an athletics roll each.
Yes! We made good time!
Hey!
I didn't like that.
Ooh, okay.
I pulled something.
Oh, yes.
How mean should I be?
Desmond is rowing too hard, and so Nell has to keep exerting themselves to correct his overcorrection of rowing.
Seeing Nell keep overexerting, Desmond feel like he's the weaker one, so he's trying to push even harder to keep up with them.
So we're just zigzagging, trying our best to keep this thing straight.
All right, Sin, here you go.
Oh no.
Sin, you got 3 options of what happens right now. I need you to roll me a d6. Before you do it, though, on a 1 or a 2, worst possible outcome. On a 3 or a 4, not so great outcome. On a 5 or a 6, best possible outcome.
Okay.
Yes!
Hey.
Woohoo!
So I will say that you all make the distance that you would have during a focused march without any need for rolling for exhaustion. So on the trip there, you essentially make it a little bit more than like halfway just from that first row. And at this point, you were all probably as close to center lake as you could possibly be. And then everything's going to switch over to Roderick and Thrain. So Roderick and Thrain, please give me a athletics roll. 12, okay. As you're rolling at this point, it's starting to get night again. So the sun is setting, and from where you guys are at, because you're, like I said, about dead center of this lake, your current vantage point is 360 degrees of water. There is literally no land in sight from where you are, which means that as the sun is setting, that it's more beautiful than normal because you're getting all of the full reflection from the orange and red of the sun as it's starting to creep underneath the water.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Do we have an anchor? Do we have a way of securing ourselves in one place for the night where we have no way of being sure we're going in the right direction because there's no land to see?
feel an anchor would be viable at this point. Who knows how deep this is? An anchor only goes so deep,
Oh no.
even if we had one.
Okay. Okay.
Unfortunately, I feel we just have to continue
Just press on. Yep. Okay. Well, I'm going to miss the light.
To make it easier. I feel so we can continue on in the morning if we make it, or if it takes us that long, I should say. You two should try to sleep.
Wait, didn't you just finish your? Didn't?
Are we in the
Yeah, you
middle?
guys.
Or just starting, or
You're just starting.
just starting?
Oh. Okay. I thought they were just finishing. I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Nell nods and is going to try to sleep.
Now,
It's not going to go well.
now, give me a perception roll. Seems how you seem to be hyper alert right now. You can't be certain because of there being limited light and basically it all coming from one direct source. And your all shadow is probably 15, 20 feet tall right now on the water. But in your current state of mind, you thought you seen something swim quickly underneath to your right. And actually, correction
Yeah.
on this. As you guys are going west, so you are actually like sailing directly into the sunset.
So,
So we do know we're still going the right direction based
for
on the
now,
sun.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Um.
Upon seeing the shadow in the water, Nell's gonna let out a little, and then just like grab onto Thrain because he's the closest thing in front of them. I saw something in the water.
I'll reach out to the. How big is this oar? How long is it?
I mean, probably like 4 or 5 feet.
Cool. I'll cast light on the oar to try to look.
You're gonna like hold it under the water.
A little bit of both, half up, half down. Just try to get some light out there.
Sure. Okay. Give me a perception roll with advantage. So as you're rowing with this oar with the light on the tip of it, like you're not seeing what Nell is pointing towards, and you get a few strokes of the oar in, and on one of your pull throughs, you see some sort of a shadow at the very extent of the light under the water. And as you like see this there, you notice it pull back, almost like it recognized that you've seen it.
Roderick, are we able to go any faster? Do you think?
um, he starts trying to row faster.
Nell is assisting in paddling now,
But
but it's frantic
Just-
and probably not very good.
Just stop. Just please stop. I know
As
you want to
you're-
help.
As you're trying to assist with that, at this point, Desmond, if you weren't, you're alerted now to what's going on, and there seems to be a little bit of commotion. And what was that order again?
Desmond's first.
And Thrain, Immediately to your right, you see a hand reach out of the water, grab the boat, and pull. And you all feel yourselves turn. And as the boat capsizes, you feel yourself spin 360 degrees. And you are all sitting inside the boat, inside of what appears to be a desert. And you see nothing but land as far as the eye can see.
Get the sending stone. Paul Coolwise.
Just shaking passes it over. They're really freaked out right now.
Coolwise, can you hear us?
And you can hear like a voice coming from it, and it's like, chop 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 chop, chop 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 chop.
I'll yell into it, Coolwise.
Probably not. Cool Eyes, different timeline, different person owning that stone.
Everybody, go ahead and give me a perception check, please. While you were all kind of fiddling with the stones and everything here, Desmond, you're seeing like from around the edges of like your vision, this darkness that appears to be creeping in towards you all.
Desmond's gonna pop open a vial on his belt, wave his hand over it, and a greenish liquid floats from his hand. He pulls out his crossbow. It goes onto the bolt and lights it up, and he's just gonna shoot it into the darkness.
So you're shooting a light into the darkness?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Give me a ranged attack roll. As your crossbow bolt sails towards the darkness, what you notice is this darkness that is creeping in is people, and they are running from you from all sides. This massive horde of people surrounding you on all sides, running at you at full speed. And from the direction where your bolt ripped through the darkness, you see this being pushing his way through, getting to the front. And with this light shining on him, you can see that this being is wearing the same robes as the people that were riding alongside the Barradrill.
Still dark?
The sun is at the same exact level it was when you went to fall into the water.
Still have the ore, which is providing some light. Still, right? That's still providing light?
Yep.
Okay.
So these people are running at us. Do they all have that outfit or just the one?
Just the one that was pushing through. you can't really make out what the other ones look like because the light kind of zipped past, and then it was just, essentially it shot past them, and by the time it buried into the mass of this horde that's running towards you, you just see this blackness again that is just running full force.
Divine sense, good and evil.
What's the radius on that?
Beat up a boo. Beat up a boo. With it, 60 feet.
You sense nothing but evil.
Oh, this is not good. This is definitely an evil scenario. Okay, battle axe.
Do I know the general direction that that being is coming from?
Yeah, so that being is coming from your right. Which, actually, I guess I should ask. Desmond, are you left-handed or right-handed?
I think it would be left.
If he's left, then it probably came from the left then. Because I would assume he would have shot to his left, his dominant side. But I guess, whatever. You tell me which way you shot from, Sin.
Yeah, what you said.
Okay. So from the left, this being is running towards you. It has pushed through the mass. At the extremities of the vision that's here right now, like, you could barely just make out the silhouette of this, but this being is obviously bigger than the horde that is encroaching. Everybody go ahead and give me an initiative roll, please.
Oh, that 18 was right there. Be right back, Hayes.
Ayo. I don't really care to have a nat 20 in initiative, but okay.
Still got to do the 20 though.
Really?
Yeah. So close. So close.
I prefer what I got.
Well, I mean, but you could have had an additional 20, which would have been a success with flourish.
You're right, but it hesitated on the 3.
So, you all sense that you have less than 30 seconds before this horde makes it to where you are, and possibly even sooner for the larger being that's running towards you. Nell, what do you do?
Can Nell see this larger being for shizzles?
I would assume that when Desmond's seen this going on, well, for one, I would assume that if Desmond shot a bolt of light off into the direction that you would have followed gaze.
Yeah.
But I assume that Desmond would have probably said something also. I'm making a lot of assumptions, though.
All right, then Nell is going to stand up and like brace their shield in front of them and prepare an attack.
Desert, right?
What's
Desert
that?
setting. You said we're in a desert setting.
Yeah. So like.
So it would appear.
Like an arid Badlands type scenario here.
So I'm gonna step out of the canoe and prepare my shield and warhammer.
These people running at us are coming at all sides.
Correct.
Okay, and the big one is he, I'm assuming, easy to make out from the crowd?
Yeah, like as he's approaching, you see that he is significantly faster than the horde,
Mhm.
and he is making ways towards you right now.
Looking around, do I see any others that just stand out as being taller than the rest of the horde?
You're not making out anything like that now.
And so nothing but sand, no other structures, anything from what we're seeing.
There are no structures. It's like an arid badlands as far as the eye can see. And I did share a little image too that I think you guys should be able to see.
Mhm.
I know you're
The
not seeing
new
much of
image is
anything
just
right
a
now.
battle map.
Yeah. And then you should be able to see you all on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna step out to the just to the left of the.
Sorry to do this to you here, but we are in combat order.
Oh,
So it's Roderick's turn.
yep.
Let's see here.
Hi, Raina.
How many
Next
do
day.
I have? I have one. Find that. All right. Well, he is going to take out his revolvers. He's firing a shot at Big Man.
Sure.
Let's see. Combat tracker.
And technically he's not here yet. He should be about here. I wasn't gonna reveal him till the start of the next turn, but I decided you guys were actually doing things. He's running at you. Um, so he is at he's essentially 60 feet away, mechanically speaking.
6 feet away.
From
I
you, he might be
make
a
this.
little bit more. What's that?
What is the orange triangle above us all? Or the yellow triangle above us? Is that on the map? Is
Oh,
that anything?
that's the direction you're facing, allegedly.
Okay.
It doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
If you lock tokens, you can make it where instead of you, if you spin your mouse wheel, it'll actually change the direction. I don't think we need to go that tactical on it.
Okay. I just saw it and I haven't seen it before. I'm like, is there something I need to worry about?
No.
Uh, Desmond, did they shy away or react to the light when you shot that thing?
What was that?
Did they shy away from the light or react at all after you shot that arrow or whatever that was?
Not at all.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm sorry to shoot at him. Fuck it. So targeting. I can't control click. I can't just click. What do I have to do?
You should be able to control click.
No, I wasn't able to either.
It
Oh,
looks
actually.
like it's doing it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes again. You like did it and then undid it. There you go.
Okay. It wasn't at first. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna just fire a shot and see what happens.
And that is a miss. So you shoot the shot off, and you see the projectile just travel through the cloth of this robe, and this figure doesn't even flinch. It just continues moving. Though you do notice that as you shoot the shot off, it sort of sways course and it's like moving in your direction now.
Okay. That's his turn.
Okay. Desmond.
All right, 60 feet away, right?
Correct.
Then this is going to be centered on him. So, same motion, he pops open one of his vials, pulls out the entire container instead of just a little bit, and it swirls around into his hand, making a bright green neon light. Then he points towards the sky and sends it flying. And he saved.
Yep.
And nothing happens.
So you shot like a bolt at him?
No, that was fairy fire.
Okay.
So if there was anyone near him, they had to make the save too, but like that's the only one I see.
So there's the horde that's moving in, and any sort of light or anything that you would shoot into that area, at some point, like this horde is gonna basically just absorb it. You know what I mean? Like we're
Well,
talking
this is
like
this isn't like a light source. He's trying to give his party advantage on attacking anyone hit by this spell.
okay. I mean, so it's safe to say that any of the horde creatures that are in, they failed to save. Um, to that point, hitting the horde is not going to be hard to do. Um, yeah,
He failed to save, so
he
or
did.
he passed the save, so that's my turn.
Okay. And we'll call it here. And he's still running straight towards you all. But the shot that Roderick let out, he is focused on that right now. Rain. If you're talking, you're on mute. I can't see because you're down. I can't see your mouth.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Hey there. Now he'll step out, and he'll actually step down in front of. No. Just step out there, actually.
Okay. We'll call that 10 feet instead of 15.
Okay. And he'll point at him and cast Hold Dead. Failed. Nice.
Failed to save, yep.
And he has. Is he missing any of his hit points
He
at
is
all?
not.
Okay. Then I'll take 1d8. Okay.
I was very confused at the sound change when your mouth got real close to the mic there.
Sorry.
I was like, what the fuck was that? Oh.
I looked over and my mic's right here, so I'm like,
Yeah, so it went from to like
good to know. And I'll push my hand to my chest and cast Shield of Faith. Give myself +2 to AC.
Okay. As you're watching all of this going on. You do your toll of the dead. You see the creature wince a little bit, and it snaps its focus onto you, and you notice it has these like glowing, pale blue eyes. And you start hearing the sounds at this point as these creatures are encroaching around. You can hear just a sort of like moans and groans as there are what appear to be thousands of creatures around you. And
Are they humanoid?
they are humanoid. As you notice that you're getting a little bit more surrounded. Now, back at the top.
Um. Um. Screw it. I'll close the distance on that guy and attack.
Okay.
Well, I probably have to like go around Thrain, huh?
Well, I mean, you could go. Yeah.
And we control clicky on the hooded figure. Did it select it?
It did.
Okay. I shall wing better. I don't know why I rolled damage and not like to hit. I'm clearly very good at this. I am the best D&D player. I'm awake. Everything's fine.
That is a miss. Let me see here. You did 4 damage, right, Thrain?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Anything else you're doing on your turn now?
I don't even know if anything I have is a bonus action that I could do here, so.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I think that just kind of that's just kind of gonna be it. Is initiating the combat.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a Constitution save, please. All right.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
As you're up close and you swing at this creature, this odor befouls you that is pure brimstone. To the point. Loud as shit. To the point that.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
You know what? I'm doubling the damage for that. No. So you're sickened from the smell of this brimstone to the point that you are actually poisoned.
Noted. My turn is over, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roderick.
I'm gonna come over this way to get an angle.
Sure. Can you pick a square? Pick a square.
No,
Pick a square.
all of them. All of them.
That's a hit. All right, and your shots ring true. Pop, pop. And you hear this thing let out a groan, a muffled groan, as it turns its head to you, and you now at this point can see these glowing blue eyes that it has.
Okay, and let's see, from what was that? 2 squares. Let's see, my speed is 30, so I should have. I'll use less of his movement to get about there.
Okay.
Done.
Okay. Desmond.
$30 feet. What's the range on this? 120. All right. He just conjures up a ball of green fire in his hands and chucks it at this guy. Am I targeting him? Yup.
Hey. Give me another 20 before you roll damage. Alright, go ahead and roll that crit.
Hey,
Nice.
Then let's move right here behind Thrain.
Pick a square.
Oh, shit. And as he walks up, like, shaking his hand, he's like, why are we even fighting? And he's just like, kind of just drops his arm and looks around, like, what's the point? And that's his turn.
Alright. Alright, and this thing takes a swing and misses. And you see, like, as it swings now at you, its hand from underneath this robe is just pale and ghastly, and it has these, like, gangly fingernails. Not claws like a beast, but, like, long nails like a human. Um, and it takes a swipe at you with them, and you're able to evade it.
Is the skin pale?
Skin is pale.
And it's got glowing blue eyes.
It does.
Okay. Just
Can
confirming.
you give me a D10 roll, please, now? All right, and as it misses with the attack, you see it look to you, and it puts its hand up, and it sort of makes like a motion, like it's clenching its fist, and pulls it towards itself. And as it does, you feel that sick feeling in your body rip through, and you see, like, from your mouth this sort of light blue vapor come out, as this thing inhales it. You take 5 points of damage, and it heals for 5. Thrain.
To step up to here where I have a clear line of sight to it.
Sure. Thank you for landing in a square.
And
Do what I want.
Denied.
I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt.
That is a hit.
Back so I can actually roll damage real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And this one. Right?
Yep.
No, you granted the hooded figure advantage.
Yeah, the next attack against it has advantage.
Maybe that is correct then.
In the next attack roll made against this target before the end of my next turn has advantage.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you're doing?
I don't think I can do much else. No, that's it.
Okay. The horde encroaches even more. Roderick,
Oh, sorry.
give me a D4. You take 2 damage as the horde begins to claw at you. And you see them getting ever so close. You feel that you're in a dangerous scenario here.
Okay.
We're back at the top. Nell.
Wide-eyed and terrified, does a quick look around, sees everything happening, and vanishes as shape shadows turns into a cast of invisibility.
Okay.
And yeah, gonna just take off away from this guy, and just gonna go shelter by. I'm going the wrong way. Shelter by where the boat was. Just gonna hide in the boat, basically the fetal position, knowing that death is coming.
20, 25. Okay. Yeah, that would be 30 feet.
Yeah, I just did that very wrong.
You're good. So you did silent image, you said?
No, shape shadows gives me the ability to cast visibility on myself once a day. It's part of my race.
I don't think you can do that just yet, though. I think that the invisibility starts at level 3.
Then why did you already put it on my character sheet, sir?
It builds it automatically, but it says in the text, starting at level 3, you can also cast the invisibility spell with this trait.
Yeah, it doesn't actually show me shape shadows. It just shows invisibility shape shadows.
Sorry. Yeah, that's what it says on here. That's why I was checking, because I didn't think you'd be able to cast that high of a level spell at level 1.
I was just like, oh, interesting. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, unless I'm looking at an outdated version or something. If it is, let me know, but that's what I see here.
I'm going to believe you. Because that sounds right. Like, why would I be able to cast a level 2 spell for free once a day because I was born?
Yeah. So you can do minor illusion right now as part of that. But you can't do invisibility until level 3.
No, okay, so since that's not happening, Nell's just standing there, understanding that this is more than likely the end, and she's just going to start yelling Alarian's usual toast. Megan does not have this memorized.
Eat it.
Are you gonna actually sing it if I give it to you, or do you wanna?
Mm-hmm.
Are we just gonna assume that you're singing this out as you're doing what you're doing?
I mean, it wasn't singing, it was just yelling. He doesn't sing it. You didn't have him sing it. It was just a spoken
Well,
thing
yeah,
you did.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I'm just saying, like, did you want to actually?
I don't actually want to.
That's why
I know my dyslexia would not let me read that off the page in a nice flow.
No worries. I didn't know if you like thematically if you wanted to recite it or not, but
I would have loved to if I had it memorized.
okay, no worries at all.
It's in chat now.
There you go. You can memorize it. So we're gonna call that a free action, obviously. What are you gonna do on your turn?
Even though it's obviously useless. What? I didn't mean to do that. Why is it advantaged?
Because
Awesome.
of guiding bolt.
Oh. Well, I'll take it.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, like, I meant like, oh, I accept that is why. Like, oh, okay, sweet.
Guiding bolt doesn't say it's disadvantaged for you, does it?
Nope.
No,
No.
it's
Okay,
the
I
next
didn't think
person
so. I
that
just wanted to be
attacks. And then,
All right. So as you swing, you cleave through this thing with your battle axe, and as your follow through rips through, you feel yourself tumble, and as you tumble forward, next thing you know, you're underwater. You all similarly feel the same sort of capsizing motion, and you're under the water. And as you paddle your way back up to the surface and look, you're still in the middle of the ocean, or in the middle of the lake rather, and your canoe is, just within reach of you.
Upside down.
Is the canoe flipped over? Or is it right side up?
It is flipped over.
All right. Desmond
try-
appears on top of it.
Just nope.
Like he just a puff of smoke appears on top of the canoe, and Desmond's there. Is like, why?
I'm gonna swim over, say, be prepared to hop in, and then I'm gonna try to heave it over.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much. So it takes a little bit of fiddling around with you trying to get proper motion on it, and especially with Desmond standing on top of it, making it a little bit
He's-
more difficult.
He's not helping.
Jay, breaking the game again.
But you eventually manage to get it topside. Actually, Desmond, give me an athletics roll. You get knocked back into the water.
As soon as his body touches the water, he appears in a puff of smoke in the boat again,
Okay.
and he like falls on his back and like hits his head and shit. He's like, why?
You.
And the boat flips back over, and you all clamber back inside.
Nell is scrambling like a drowning cat.
It's my warhammer out to help her in.
You might get pulled in.
I'm holding on because I've dropped my shield in the canoe.
I will assist.
I'm not gonna make you roll. You're good.
These green shimmers keep appearing on Desmond all over his body as he's patting himself, and he is constantly casting prestidigitation to clean himself off and dry himself off.
He's such a neat freak. I guess that's what you would expect from a society of plague doctors. They need to be sterile.
Yeah, and after you all get in and the waves start to calm back down, you are now realizing that it is the middle of the night and you are still in the center of Lake Sylvanus.
I
Don't
wish I'd
want
been asked. How long were we in that vision this time? Are we even facing the right direction? Where do we paddle?
Where is the moon?
Uh, the moon is at this point probably behind you, maybe about this far off of the horizon.
So late. So just barely off the horizon.
Like I said, about this far. Like if you were to put your hand up and look.
Okay. I say we sit for a minute, watch which way the moon's moving, and start paddling in the other direction. Or paddling in the correct direction based on that.
Desmond's gonna try to scoot closer to Nail after he finishes cleaning himself and puts a hand on one shoulder, then looks over them. We're safe for now. We're back. Are you hurt?
No, not hurt. They are just freaking out.
Cliff, I want to do an actual medicine check to see if Nell actually has the wounds that they received.
I never got hit, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you never got hit, but you did
Yeah,
have
poison.
Right.
Uh.
Killing it.
Physically, it doesn't look like anything's wrong with them. They just look a little shook up.
Then Desmond is gonna clasp both of Nell's hands together, put his hand over them, place them on their chest, and using prestidigitation make a warming sensation to try to ease them.
Congratulations, you got too close. You're being bear hugged.
Am I just squished in the middle now?
Sandwich.
You got a
Should we swap?
Desmond's junk in your face.
I just don't know what to do. And it's dark and there's water everywhere.
Yes. Roderick, are you good to start paddling in a few minutes?
Yeah, good enough.
Don't worry about what to do. You did great. I am so thankful for you running up. You gave us all an opportunity in that area. Let us take care of you now. Rest. We have this. You can rely on us. And Desmond will make some small glowing trinkets, put them around the boat, and just sit behind Inel and keep that warming sensation on their back now.
Nell's doing their best to do some deep breathing and try to calm themselves. It doesn't work much.
Give me the sending stone. We can see how long
the
it's
back.
been with that. Desmond will try to contact Quillwise.
What are you saying?
Just activating it. Quillwise, it's us. It's Desmond. You there?
You get no reply.
And repeating it 3 times.
High or low?
Low.
On the third time, you hear, hold on, I'm coming. And then after a while, you hear like running. Like, are you okay? Is everything all right?
When was the last time we contacted you?
Maybe an hour ago. It sounded like you were trying to, but it didn't. It was cut off. It was muffled, like something was interfering with it.
And before that?
Earlier today.
Desmond will kind of like rub Nell's back. Okay, so it hasn't been that long.
Didn't take an hour. So what was that? Maybe 30 seconds.
Yeah. We were transported. I had another dream, something again.
Is everyone all right?
What?
Physically, as far as I can tell.
So what did you see? Tell me every detail.
We were in some kind of desert, ruins, badlands area. A circular void mob of people rushing towards us with one of the riders that was with the what is this thing called?
The Baradrill?
Baradrill.
The Beardrill I thought was the main person, not the thing that had all the souls in it.
The Baradrill is the thing that has all the souls in it. The thing that you were just fighting against is not that.
Was one of the riders that was alongside the Baradrill.
I think
Okay.
they're talking about the big thing that we're seeing in our dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the big thing we're seeing in our dreams called?
You don't know for sure.
Oh, I thought that was the Beardrill.
No, the Baradrill is the green-haired.
I have messed up a lot of words lately then. But it's fine. You knew what I meant clearly.
Yeah. So to make sure that everyone's straight on this, so based on as far as you can tell, the giant creature that you're seeing is the primordial malevolence. That's the creature that is older than devils and demons. The Baradrill is the actual green-haired lady that you've seen, which is essentially a Baradrill is just a battery of destruction. It is a mortal that is force-fed.
Beardrill equals soul stuffed because I was mentally referring to that being as the soul stuffed.
Yeah. So Baradrills are, like I said, they're soul batteries. They are stuffed full of evil spirits until it's at max capacity, and then it's just a torrent of destruction until it burns out. And then the hooded figure that you've seen today is the same attire of figure that you've seen riding with the Baradrill. So there is
Okay.
some connection, you just don't know what yet.
Pale skin, blue eyes, just like the one baby?
We were fighting in the dream vision thing, and I think someone struck down this creature, and that brought us back.
Last I remember seeing it was Nell swinging at it.
It wasn't the best swing. I doubt that I took it down.
I
It was physical contact, though. I was
We-
the first to make physical contact?
at the end there, we all did looked like we all did a decent number on it. So it might have been you might have finished it. Because after that all I remember is being underwater.
And
Yeah.
when you were in this vision, is there anything else that you noted?
We tried to
canoe was still
contact
there.
you, and yes, the canoe was there, the one that we are trying to get to Sea Bluff in at the moment.
Well, I could hear you all. I just couldn't make it out. Like something was interfering with it.
Was yelling your name. I thought it was you were talking in your sleep. That's what it sounded like. You were just mumbling.
I was
Didn't even sound like you. Sounded like chitterings of kobolds or something.
I was trying to reply, but you were all breaking up, and I didn't get the indication that you could hear me either. Which leads me to
Forcing
believe
the
that you're
water.
still on this plane, but something is tampering with it.
We were pulled under. There was a shadow in the water. A hand came up and capsized us, and then we were in the desert.
And there were no other landmarks or anything that you've seen when you were there?
Endless sand. Just like right now, endless water.
So it seems that whatever is going on, your connection is growing. Did you see the large creature again? The one that
No.
spoke to you in the previous dreams?
No.
Unless that's the hand that pulled us. I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but the other night when I was on watch, I swear I saw its shadow. Who knows?
Didn't see anything personally.
Well, if you are the Abyss Kissed, it has tethered itself to you, so it may make you see things that aren't actually there, and clearly it has some ability to interact with the reality around you. In regards to this, I don't know if the Archlich's writings will be much help, because his accounts, it all comes from a place of willingness. And the power that they subjected upon the Abyss Kiss when they were willing was much stronger than what you were all seeing.
We're all also newly kissed, so who knows if it changes over time. It's all new.
Unfortunately, that I don't have an answer for. Well, I'm glad you're all safe. Contact me when you reach Sea Bluff, or if anything else happens.
Will do.
You hear him walk away. It just doesn't make sense.
Desmond will turn it off and continue to keep that warm spot centered on Nell.
Nell's just leaning into it at this point, just quietly whispers under their breath, "Thank you, Des."
Thank you for helping us.
And after like an hour of that, Des will start to dry everyone off.
I mean, he is an artificer. I like to believe he takes out a literal, like, fucking magical hair dryer, and it's just. And that's why it takes so long, because, prestidigitation only can do so much at a time, so.
One foot. It can do 1 foot at a time.
He just has a fucking hair dryer he's just blowing us off with. It's fine.
Desmond pulls out this gun with just this large barrel on it.
Like, relax.
What's the range on that thing? Like a foot? I don't know.
So, being that Coolblast said it's only an hour, I'd put the moon behind us and just start rowing.
Okay.
Yeah, Roderick is continuing to row. This is a significant problem, obviously, but if it's mainly pulling us into dreams where we're not even sleeping, then pretty soon we might not know what's real and what isn't. Do any of us actually know if we're awake right now?
Considering we can get injured in those dreams, there's no real way to tell.
Roderick checks the wound from when the crowd was pushing in on him. Is
Oh yeah,
there
you
any?
still got a cut on your arm.
Yeah, he like takes the hand off the orb for a second and kind of like shows it towards everyone else. Maybe the whole willingness part of it is that the whole game is to drive mortals into so much fear and hopelessness that they become willing just to make it stop.
Perhaps. Nell extends a hand and rests it on you and casts the lay on hands to heal that.
Alright, you can take 2 points off of your lay on hands. I do want to also make note that you do have 5 wounds. No.
Nell isn't really focused on anything but the water and the people around her.
Understood.
Them.
just wanted to make you aware in case you didn't see it in the tracker.
Nell doesn't know, but Megan does.
Okay.
Nell is in shock.
No worries.
Okay, but the wounds aren't obvious for anybody else, but probably Desmond.
So, like,
On Nell,
Desmond made
that
a
is.
little medical check, and Nell has no physical injuries that you can see.
Yeah, unless I roll pretty high, it's gonna be hard to detect that like internal wound.
So they obviously need us for something, and this was another test. Are we going to continue to play their game?
What more can we do?
He like unholsters his gun, sets it on the bottom of the canoe, and said, "We can stop their game right now."
Allow anyone to harm themselves. That is very much against what I'm for. No person should take themselves out of this world.
That's your choice and your opinion. That's up to each individual person.
Nell's just staring hard at the gun. I wouldn't know what was the greater good for others.
And to be clear, I don't bring this up lightly. This is, we are entirely way over our heads in this. And whatever is going on, they made sure our biggest answer to whatever's coming was taken out first before anything else started happening. Whatever was going on in Draconis that they feared, they made it a crater before they started any other part of their plan. So if some people, a king and queen of legend, can't stop this, and the gods are all silent on this, what hope do we have?
At the mention of gods, Nell's immediately just gonna bow her head and just start praying to Doriel for any form of an answer, whether he answers or not.
Like, again, you all have been around me enough to know that I'm not just always looking at the dread side of things, but unless gods are willing to pitch in and give us something to go off on, we're just waiting to either be converted to whatever the grand plan is or to die.
Or to persevere. There's always a chance that we persevere.
It's a real noble thought. And the hope is that we do persevere, but we have to look at this at all angles. It's if we had more to go on, if we had some semblance of hope to go after right now. We're chasing ghosts, we're chasing creatures that are unheard of, and we're hoping that we get to Sea Bluff and wherever else and someone might know something. And I think this is above us by a long shot.
But who else would it fall to? Was it not peace that you were attempting to achieve?
I want peace, absolutely. And to achieve peace, you already know I'm willing to do anything. And if you're sensing this great river of evil, and we know that whatever is in our heads or connected to us is evil, I don't want to be a part of bringing that evil into the world. If it could do whatever it planned to do without us, I'm sure it would. I'm sure involving mortals is the last thing this thing wants to do.
And I'm sure that if it's not us, they will pick someone else. And if they pick someone else, will they fight it or will they embrace it? The way I'm seeing it is this curse upon us is our burden to bear because they can select whomever they desire for this. And if we're willing to fight it,
I don't think so. Think about the amount of fanatics that you have come across, the amount of religious zealots and cultists, or all the stuff that we've come across just since we came on duty. It would be so easy for them to just, if they could just pick anyone, to pick any of those people that just be willing at just the mere mention of power. They did. They chose people for some reason that they had to have known was going to resist.
I mean, Nell, they have been trying to get you in this for hundreds of years now to this moment.
only 1.5 hundreds. I'm not that old.
But you get what he's saying.
Yes, I know. I know.
It can get more people. It just might take a good amount of
It just might
time.
take time, and things may only get worse from there.
I mean, we're trying to prevent a civil war from going on. If this happens during the civil war, no one's going to be focusing on this issue. They're going to be going after each other instead.
I think in the face of something of this gravity, they would no longer be swinging at each other.
One can
The
hope.
enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so if they share, I don't know, everybody's got the goal of, not dying. The common goal would be to take out this force that's going to potentially, I don't know, destroy everything?
I trust two of the faction leaders to follow that logic. But the head of the church and the adventurers, I feel like they would seize the opportunity while the others are distracted.
And they would be very much aware of that, and they would not give up any ground, knowing that the other two factions are going to press on, regardless of what we try to convince them of.
Then they're damned fools.
We know that.
This is also entirely speculation. I can always hope for the best, but like we all keep saying, we have to be aware of every opportunity in every scenario.
I'm not passing this burden on to everyone else and on to anyone else. That is my decision.
Oh, I'll be there right beside you. I got too much shit I need to do.
Nell just gives a half-hearted, tight smile and rests a hand on your thigh in like a "we're in this together" sort of way.
Refuse to let anyone else try to deal with this without us being there necessarily guiding them because of how in deep we are with this. Yeah, it sucks. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. We can try to convince the other leaders, but at the end of it, no matter what, we're gonna have to deal with this. Or someone's gonna have to deal with this, and I'd rather be people I trust, people that most people trust to deal with it, than for just to be some random people or some extremist who try to take advantage of it.
We also don't know if we're the only ones. We're just the only ones that we know of. And there's no way that we're going to see the entire completed puzzle. We just know pieces. So I will go along with this and just know that I care about all of you. But if we get to a point where it looks like whatever this is about to achieve its goal because of us, I will regrettably do what I have to do to make sure that thing fails.
Nell just nods.
And then Roderick just kind of turns back around and just continues rowing.
In the meantime, try to shed some light on this. Let's get out of this water, please.
Okay.
All right. Well, you all continue your journey through, and about the time of daybreak, um, as the sun starts peeking up behind you, you can see through the haze of the distance the silhouette of Sea Bluff approaching. So you'll all be there shortly. Um, is there any sort of game plan or any approach that you plan on doing when you get there? You just winging it, or what y'all doing?
Rowing.
I
For now, just getting to land, I feel like.
think winging it is accurate
Yeah.
description of what we've been doing this entire time.
Yeah.
I don't really think we've had a leg to stand on it to not wing it. The whole entire campaign, though it's only been 3 sessions, has been standing there trying to keep your balance while while the tornado whips you violently around. Because Cliff knows how to hook you in.
And
Roger returns his gun to the holster, by the way.
Just leaving this out there.
Just leave it, yeah, just put it out there. If you change your mind, no judgment.
just staring at everybody.
Who's gonna do it?
All right, this is not
Long
what
rest?
I wanted at, but
Long rest, long rest.
long rest. I mean, you guys tell me. Do you think that anybody felt comfortable enough to actually get a full amount of rest?
No.
I think we should find an inn first.
You guys can short rest if you
Albert.
want to. I'm assuming that at some point you guys did get some sleep, so feel free to short rest if you want.
That short rest means nothing to me.
But as far as a long rest goes, I don't think that was a feasible thing. I could be wrong, so I leave it up to you to let me know. But
I do not believe so, especially since we were rowing most of the time.
I would argue that, like, since it's only a 4-hour thing for me, but Nell's kind of freaking the fuck out.
oh yeah, and that's the thing. It's 4 hours uninterrupted. So like, if y'all feel like you did, then let me know. But like I said, my opinion, I don't think you got a long rest out of it.
I don't even think Nell could close their eyes and feel comfortable at this point.
Oh, come on. It's so calming. The rocking of the waves in your tiny little boat that fits 4 comfortably.
Just packed like sardines, everything's okay.
Yeah. Need a back. All right. Well, you guys continue paddling, and you see off in the distance Sea Bluff begin to slowly swallow your vision until the point that basically your entire horizon is just this port city of Sea Bluff. And as you're getting closer, you're seeing that there are large sailing vessels that are docked on the docks, and you all in your little canoe essentially. Yeah. You would probably pull off to one side or the other.
We don't look out of place at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's typically you'd be just beaching yourself on the outside of the walls. Yeah, because none of y'all have any sort of sailing experience or anything. So I think the most feasible thing would be get out of the way of the large boats. So y'all
ramming
decide,
speed.
Y'all decide, do you want to dock to the left side of the city or to the right side of the city? It changes nothing, just flavor.
When in doubt, go left.
Yeah.
Okay. Then boop. Just for illustration purposes here, you guys dock the canoe, pull it onto. Well, now you don't even dock it; you beach it. You beach the canoe, pull it out of the water.
You're a
that
giant.
is your guys' canoe. So do what you want with it, but it's your canoe. Congratulations.
You see some kids be like, "Hey, you want a canoe?"
5 gold. um, yeah, and for anyone who's never been here, Sea Bluff is it started out as um, a a naval point of base where they could do planning for any sort of ocean battles in a area that wouldn't be able to be seen from pirates or anybody on the outside world. And it sits on the western coast of Lake Sylvanus, and there's a direct route from Lake Sylvanus through the Mend out to the ocean deep. And the way that the Mend is actually like carved, that boats can almost triple their travel speed traveling downriver, but traveling back up, it takes 3 times as long to get up there. So most of the ships here have become uh, like preparation ships, like for battle, or ships that are making long-term uh, movements. So going from like continent to continent. Uh, there's not a lot of vessels here that are like going out to open waters and coming back within a short time frame, just because it's not worth the effort. And as you all stand outside the city, you can hear the city alive. You can hear the dinging of bells, of boats signaling to one another. You can hear the caw of seagulls. Um, and yeah, you all approach the main entrance, which is from that southwestern side that you're on.
Are we going to keep this canoe?
If it's still here when we come back, why not? I don't know. It might be useful. Where would we even put it? It's not like we have a bag of holding.
Desmond will go reach into his pouch, sprinkle some dust onto canoe, and wipe it in with his hand. And it starts to glow, and he starts saying, "You are approaching on property of the Eclipsean Order. Back away now, or face punishment of Sea Bluff law." Then he reaches up his hand and steps away. Like, anyone that touches that is going to hear that message.
Okay. Sure.
Boop, boop, boop.
You take it. I'm just gonna hear it on repeat.
Yes, they will hear it on repeat until I stop it.
Good to know.
And it doesn't stop when they stop touching it. It's just on repeat for the rest of their existence.
All right, now that our 1 gold canoe is secure, shall we get going?
We're broke, okay? It's at half our life savings.
All right, let me gather myself for a minute now that we're on land and just prepare myself to talk to the guards.
We shouldn't have an issue actually entering the city once we start looking for Paladin Zan and gaining an audience there.
Very true, very true.
We're gonna
Let's go find an inn.
Yeah, food, inn, sleep, drink.
Warm drinks, preferably the alcoholic kind.
Then you all start making your way inside. Do you plan on like stopping and asking like the guards for directions or anything, or are you mostly just gonna kind of wing it tourist style and see where you end up?
Nope. There is no shame or fear about asking the guard where the nearest inn is, or the nearest reputable inn, rather, because we don't want to end up with some fucking loud ass riffraff because people are just there day drinking, being loud. We just want to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you all approach the main gates, Nell, the first thing you notice is the Drakarian flags flying at the entrance of the gate.
Boo.
And the two guards that are outside the gate, you see wearing the armor reminiscent of the Dracarius paladin. Give me a perception roll now.
How dare you? I just wrapped myself up and gotten all toasty worms.
Hey, get yourself a wireless mouse so you can just keep underneath and you just
What Cliff does.
Right?
Like,
How he's so efficient in his work.
Truthfully, right? I got myself the blanket, which is just a snuggie.
Wow.
so what type of roll did you say? Perception?
Yes, please. Yeah, so you see that both the guards have armor that looks like the Dracarius paladin. You see the Dracarius flags flying, and as you approach them, you can see that they recognize the Eclipsean Order emblem on the shield, and they hail you and. Are you all here on official business, or are you just...
Yes, we will need to speak to Zahn, but it is not pressing enough where it needs to be this moment.
Okay. Well, he should be in the palace walls if you need him. Should I let him know that you're all arrived, or...
If he needs to speak to us immediately, it would probably be best if he is aware that we are in town.
Yes, there's no harm in him knowing that we are here. But if you could do us a favor and direct us to an inn, as we didn't exactly have a ferry to get across, and we may have just paddled a canoe for 2 days straight and would like to sleep.
The guard that you're not speaking to immediately, he chuckles a little bit. He's like, "Your Eclipsean Order, stay true to your no riches, no vanity lifestyle, huh?"
They just wink and chuckle back.
The guard that you're talking to, he shoots a look back at the other guy and he shuts up. And he just sort of points down the road. He's like, "Big building at the end of this street here curves over towards the north. That's where you're going to want to go to. That's Arventhar's Spinner. Unless you all want a little bit more adventurous of a stay, there's a couple of hostels that you could get on the docks. They're going to be cheaper, but they're going to be a lot louder."
Maybe we'll try those on a different time. For now, laid back and quiet sounds great.
Fine. If Paladin Zan needs to find us, so that's where we'll be at.
He looks over at the other guy and nods. That guy turns around and starts walking, and you see him turn left at the gates, and he starts heading towards the palace. And he's like, "If you need anything, you let us know."
Thank you. Your help's appreciated.
Same for you.
He nods and returns the post.
Straight to the inn.
Yes.
All right, yeah. So you guys go to Arventhal's Spinner, and you see that it was a warehouse that used to be used for like mass production of clothing. It still has like the huge like mechanical spinning wheel on it with some gears, but it's been since transformed into like a bed and breakfast type scenario, as it has such a prominent facing of the main entrance. It's become almost a tourist spot. So it's like nice and clean on the inside,
I
and
love it.
So it's an old mill gone rustic in style tourist trap. Okay.
yeah, and you notice that like as soon as you walk in the door and it closes behind you, the sound of the city just stops. You just have like this nice little hum of music that you hear. Like you can't quite figure out where it's coming from, um, but you just got this kind of little tune. This
It's Brambletown.
That's Brindletown, exactly. It wasn't gonna be, but god damn it, I won't turn down an opportunity to play it. And uh, you're approached by this this old uh, this old human who is completely white haired, wrinkled face, and he looks at you all and he smiles and he has these rosy cheeks. Uh, he's like, and what do I owe the pleasure of having the Eclipsean Order in my establishment?
A good night's rest. Or good day's rest. Regardless, a rest.
And are you looking for one room each, or is it separate rooms?
I don't mind bulking
Um,
up with someone.
Yeah, I don't.
Whatever.
Generally, we would bunk together if there was a room that had 4 beds, but
Best I
whatever
can
works.
do is 2 twins.
Would we like 2 rooms each with doing the 2 twins, guys? Or do we want to just tough it out and have 2 on the floor? I suppose the better question is, how much is a room, sir?
For the Eclipsean Order, 5 silver each.
Deal. 2 rooms. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll toss a gold on the counter for that.
Alright. And he fumbles around underneath the counter and he pulls out 2 keys. He's like, you're gonna want to go up the stairs and straight down the hall.
Thank you.
And if you need anything, don't be afraid to come down and holler.
Thank you, sir. Off to bed.
Should we tell Pillwise we've made it?
I don't see the harm in letting him know that we've arrived in Sea Bluff without any more incident.
I'll let them know. You guys get some rest.
Who's with whom? I don't care. I just want to sleep. Then I'll toss the key to. I'll look like I'm about to toss the key. Whoever wants to grab it.
Nell just takes it from your hand and starts walking.
Cool. I'll walk in one room. Leave the door open for whoever wants to follow. And take off scale mail and lay in bed.
Bruce
Nell
all
does
like
the
that
same.
fast.
I'd like to keep it in pristine look.
Yeah, just in the lobby area, you'll call Desmond, not Desmond. I call myself Quillwise.
Is there anything of importance you need to tell him, or are you just gonna basically let him know you're there?
Just let him know that we're here. Like, we made it. We are going to sleep.
Okay.
And I'm actually gonna get like not full plates, but some food, then hand it out to everyone in their rooms. 'Cause no one's eaten and they need to eat before they sleep.
Nella's already knocked out.
Sounds like a terrible idea. You don't want to eat before you sleep. Get the
Rain's
intasts.
gone.
By the time you get back up there after talking to Quillwise and getting the food, everybody's passed out.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, it's not bad to wake up to a snack, that's for sure.
Some
Cold
people
food's
like to
better than
eat it when
nothing.
they're sleeping.
What does it mean? All right. Yeah. So Desmond will bunk with Nell then, I guess.
Okay.
He'll eat his food and leave theirs on the table next to them. And
And
if the other two are awake, he'll give them their food. If not, they'll wake up to some.
Yeah, Roderick did probably the most rowing, so he is knocked out on the floor.
So yeah, everyone.
Or the bed or on the bed that's there for you.
fuck that bed.
He didn't make it.
Yeah, that's too far.
This is some Stardew Valley shit. He's gonna wake up with a reel from the hospital after falling asleep beside his bed.
Yeah, I carried you to your bed.
That'll be
Is
200 gold. How did you know I slept in not my bed, you weirdo? Get out of my house.
See you. All right, so yeah, you all go to your respective beds and go to sleep.
Desmond's gonna tap the front of each door and have this symbol of the Eclipsing Order appear on both doors. So if anyone's trying to find us, they know where we're at.
Okay. You're just making use of that prestidigitation right now, huh?
Nope, that is my magical tinkering.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to get some use out of this. Make it so it's not a joke. Like just making fart noises or screams on people's doorknobs and get actual use out of it.
Oh man. At one point in my other campaign where I was the artificer, we were someplace where there was like some horrid stink. And I put on the fire's maul the smell of fresh clean laundry, and we just never remembered to take it off until like at the end of the session, and the DM would be like, and the mall still smells like laundry. And we're like,
You're like, and?
it smells good.
I feel to see why this is relevant. Yeah, so you all go to sleep. And then you wake up.
Do we, Cliff?
You appear to wake up.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what it feels like anymore.
Wake up, look around.
You wake up, you guys are at the campsite again.
A fucking campsite.
You just hear a single gunshot.
At least give me a warning so I can plug my ears.
Better be another bullet in there. Greedy fuck.
I'm not going back in the water. You can't make me.
We're walking this time.
So as Roderick is, doing his morning routine with everybody else, like, if does anyone happen to know if Sea Bluff has Mages Guild or Mages Outpost of some sort?
Would I know that? I don't know
No,
about
probably not.
mages, but I remember someone telling me to check the library here. I think that's the most information I got.
Yeah, the three of you, everybody but Desmond, I'd let y'all roll a history DC 15.
I think I would know. I've never been here.
So cool.
That was
It real
on
thought about
its
that.
corner for so long.
No.
You see this 16? It's a nice thought, ain't it?
Thrain, you
I
already
don't think
said no.
Adam's roll.
Why not? Nope.
Let's strain yourself.
Shit, I didn't even know the Sea Bluff had a wall and wasn't at the sea.
Where the fuck is Sea Bluff?
Yeah. Is that where we're at?
Yep.
I
Adam,
thought Sea Bluff was an
Oh.
Ozo.
Adam, you don't get away with the single roll though. You could still make this worse.
I don't want to. Oh God.
So no
Pop a
one
blood
knows.
vessel.
No one knows for sure if there's a mage guild here or not. None of you have heard anything of a mage guild being here. For the most part, your guys' knowledge extends to. This is a very big, docking city, and that this is where the paladin of Dracarius have taken up domain since Dracarius disappeared.
All I know is that if anybody's gonna know, it'll be the Paladins.
Any information that we want about the city or around here.
Or we
need to
could just
start
ask a
with
passerby.
The reason why I ask is that figure someone who is from the school of diviners might be able to, at the very least, give us enough information on how we can figure out amongst ourselves if we're actually awake or not. I think that would be one of the good places to start. I mean, at least before we leave. It doesn't have to be the first thing, obviously.
Couldn't hurt to try. We also haven't mentioned this idea of a thought to Quillwise either. Maybe he has an idea.
That long rest, right?
Yeah, I guess you guys can get along.
Like, I need my spells back. And then I gotta pick new spells if I want new spells.
Oh yeah, huh? I can prepare shit.
I like this. And less of this.
Man, I want the Eclipsean coat of arms on like a blanket.
That would be cool. A cool blanket.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm not preparing anything. I got everything I want.
Got prestidigitation. That's all I need.
That's right.
I thought Longstrider was gonna be a what is it, a ritual like it was in Baldur's Gate.
No, Baldur's Gate lied to you about everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Baldur's Gate is not raw. It may be fun, but it is not raw.
I could give everyone 10 extra feet of movement.
You sure about that?
It'll cost you.
Need to check my math real quick here.
Make this better. I need to go to here.
Okay.
Really know.
I shall return.
Desmond will get rid of those Eclipsean Order symbols since no one bothered us during our sleep.
And
No one.
just for my knowledge on here, how long would you say you guys slept for? You got there probably early in the morning. Did you sleep like till the next day, or did you just sleep for until nightfall? Like, how long did you guys sleep for?
Saying that we were pretty much awake for 2 days. I have a feeling we slept at least until middle of the night, early morning.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. So you want to call it like 3, 4 in the morning?
Sure.
Does anyone have any business they need to attend to in the morning?
I don't know. Besides, I need a church to go to of some sort. But I don't feel like that would be too hard to find.
Are churches services open at all hours?
Is it Cliff?
I don't know. Was that asked towards me or was that asked towards Adam?
That was asked towards Thrain.
That's what I was thinking.
Sitting here like, I. Some are, some aren't.
We can make that our first stop while we're waiting for people in the palace to get up and get about their day so we're not bombarding them first thing in the morning.
I agree.
While you're doing that, we can stop by maybe like a bakery or something, get some food. That it should be early enough to go to the palace afterwards. I guess we're gonna head out to a church then, or some temple or something.
Yep.
Okay. I don't see Nell disagreeing with that.
Is there any specific temple you would like to see if is located here, or will anyone work?
Let's start over. An Omni Church would be fine, but if not, specifically a dwarven church is needed. But if it's an Omni Church, that is fine.
I'm sure we can find one of those.
All right. So you guys head out. I assume just from the conversation here that like you all like convened into a single room or something.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it was a bed and breakfast, so it was probably over breakfast.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you guys are all meeting out in the lobby, if you guys are out in like the common quarters, you see that working behind the counters is this big, gruff, looking uh, orc, and he's uh, got one long tusk and the other one's broken, and looks very, very unapproachable, and just sort of sitting back behind the counter with his feet kicked up on the counter and his arms crossed. He's just watching everybody that comes through. So you all meet there, discuss the plans. Megan, to catch you up, discussion is to find an Omni church or some dwarven church for Thrain. Um, but given the exhaustion that you guys had, you slept throughout most of the day, so it's about 3 in the morning right now. And I assume you guys are eating the food that Thrain brought you earlier.
Yeah. The snacks. And it wasn't Thrain, it was Desmond.
Sorry,
Mhm.
Desmond did it. Yeah. I was reading Thrain for some reason when I said that.
Yeah. Thank you for thinking of us and thinking ahead.
To have everyone in their best moods. We're going to be presenting ourselves, representing the order to the faction here.
Of course. After we've got things settled in town, perhaps come back, freshen up, make ourselves look our best and brightest, and then head over once it's a reasonable time to do so.
Alright. So what's the game plan? You guys just gonna wander around till you find a church? You gonna stop and ask someone for church directions? Like, what you doing? Laying this one on Thrain, I assume.
Yep.
Mm. It's a couple people if needed, or I'd ask someone or a couple people if needed.
Okay. I mean, are you like going out and like searching for like a guard desk? Or are you gonna just
It is
ask?
3 a.m.
You're gonna ask the charming-looking orc behind the desk. You're gonna find some random
That's
person that's at the docks.
someone behind the person behind the desk.
Yeah, he's just sitting there with his arms crossed. He watches you walk up to him.
Do you know of any churches of Omni churches or any dwarven churches around here?
You're not gonna find no dwarven churches around here.
It is always a preference, so I have to ask. But an Omni church?
Yeah. There's an Omni church. There's a Church Arena.
Church? And are they open right now?
You're not gonna find service, but you can go pay your respects.
Where is it?
He like grunts and like looks at you as he pulls his feet off the desk and sits forward. Did something about my appearance allude you to the fact that I'm a tour guide? Go out
Listen,
here,
guide.
follow the street all the way down, turn left, follow it all the way down. When you get to the markets, look to the west. You should be able to see it. The Omni Church sticks above the buildings.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, seriously, I am a tour guide. So, like, in the morning, if you want a full tour, I'd be happy to do it. But my dad'll kill me if I leave the desk right now.
Oh my gosh.
Understood. I appreciate it. I might be back and take you up on that offer.
I get off shift at 7.
Might not be that early. We have some business to take care of.
Back kicks his feet back up.
I'll look at the rest of the group. You ready?
Ready when you are.
Sure.
The people of Amethil are so colorful.
It's great.
Very front and honest folk. We just speak as it is. Doesn't always sound pleasant.
What business do you have at the church, Stein?
Just have to ask for guidance. Through all of this, I've struggled to see any guidance, and I'm hoping to get some more.
Forgive me for asking, but has any of your prayers of this kind answered before?
Any prayers of what?
Has any of your prayers for guidance been answered in the past?
Sometimes.
He has clerical gifts, doesn't he? He's been blessed by his god.
It has happened. It's more rare. Happens less than I'd like, but I'm not complaining. As Nell stated, they are gifts, so I'm gracious for all of them.
In the nicest, respectful way you can you let them know that you'd be very grateful if they can help us this time in particular?
Will do.
Do our best. If you're so nervous, you can just have you can see if they have any cookies available, and when we get to the you can go to the Church of Raina while we go over here and offer Raina some cookies.
Sorry, cookies?
You live on Amethil and you know not about Raina?
I've heard of it, but human village.
It mirrors his.
Yeah, your mic just like completely muffled out on that one.
Yeah, we're up north. We kind of keep to ourselves. We don't really dabble in all that.
When the Pantheon shifted, Raina became the god of dragons. And Raina happens to be the adopted daughter of Bardrock, the king, former king, current king. Bardrock, you know.
Okay, yeah, dragons would be great. Can you throw some prayers to her while you're there?
Well, she's not my god. I was just teasing that you would pray for her. Pray to her for assistance, while I pray to Doriel, my god, the god of justice.
You only pray to one guy at a time.
I only follow one.
All right.
As do I.
Listen, there's no chaplains here.
Great. I'll go find some cookies. Any particular type?
I'm sure if you told them that you were going to be going to the Church of Raina, they'd make sure you had the correct kind.
Okay, well, I'll follow you to this church and ask them then.
Nell just kind of rolls her eyes and then looks at the dude behind the counter. And goes, where can we buy cookies for Raina?
Well, you guys are just having this conversation here.
I mean, I wasn't.
I'd have chimed in with all sorts of colorful commentary had I known that.
I mean, I thought we were.
I thought we were walking.
I
Also, too.
was 50-50. I don't know, like, are we?
Well,
I mean-
we never established it. Megan established it. You're still there. He looks at you. He's like, at 3 a.m.
This is probably when they're being baked the most fresh, is it not?
You could head down to Market Square and see if Abby has anything cooked up, but it's probably a little early.
All right, when we get to the market, we'll follow our nose. I'm sure we can find her. Thank you.
Okay.
John, you were just real quiet.
Yep, Market Square Abbey. Got it.
As you're walking out, he's like, don't forget, I get off at 7. If you need a tour guide.
Smile and wave.
As we leave, we're not tourists. I don't think we're gonna need a tour guide.
It's only to be kind.
I was just trying to keep him happy.
I don't think he's gonna be happy when we don't show up.
I don't plan on going anywhere tonight.
If we're still in the city, I'll take a tour to make him happy.
I'll go with you to not make you have to go alone, and so we don't split up too much. I've never been here, so it'd be a good thing to do.
All knowledge is good knowledge.
And Roderick and I will drink heavily.
That
Remember to use
sounds
the jug. It's free.
We can drink at 6, then take the tour at 7.
a.m.? He gets off at 7 a.m.
Oh, is that?
I fail to see the problem.
And I mean, same, but I have a feeling don't think we should be drunk seeing people in the palace.
Yeah.
No, of course not. I was just being silly.
Yeah.
It's
Chuckle and keep walking.
enough about booze. Let's talk about church.
Yeah, come on, you sinners.
It's wine, okay? It's fine, they say.
A gallon of communal wine.
The blood of Christ.
Mayonnaise.
Oh,
Yeah, come on. We were stuck in that boat for so long and hungry. You didn't just make us a bunch of mayonnaise.
I need a calorie dense food right now.
That's what you should have done during the fight. Just started whipping out lots of mayonnaise.
Squirting it everywhere.
Watch
The back demons.
Gotta
You
have
know,
the brain bless it.
You know something really bad has happened if I pull out the mayonnaise.
Nobody moves. Nobody gets hurt.
As y'all walk through the city, are you just going straight to the Omni Church?
Yes, it is early in the morning and there's no desires to do anything else.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, as you guys walk down the street, it's pitch black outside. You just have the candlelight kind of guiding the streets, and you follow the road down, turn left, follow it all the way down, and as you get to like the market square on your right, off to the left, you can see this small like neighborhood of houses, and then like in the middle above everything you see a Church of Omni, which is a very unique, distinct look to it. You can easily find your way there.
I'm gonna swing by the market square real quick.
I'll join you.
All right. And looking for smelling around for the smell of fresh baked goods.
Sure. Give me a perception roll.
Give me a smell roll.
Where them cookies?
Give me that
Uh,
nose. Is Nell
What?
following
oh, wow. I'm not good at that. We're doing great.
You got a stuffy nose from sleeping on the water.
Sleep on the
John,
floor. All the
I need
dust got in his nose.
need another 20, please. Nell, are you going with Thrain or with?
Yeah.
Okay. Um. Uh. So you're looking around. Roderick, you're like walking down the market square area, and you start making your way down like towards like the docks. And like as you're sniffing around, you're just getting the smell of fish. Like that's all you smell is fish. Um, you got like the cold air blowing from the lake, and you're just smelling fish. Um,
Great.
uh, Desmond, as you're like looking around trying to find any sites for it, you see that there's a large like like common board set up, and it has like odd and end jobs, but there's also like flyers for different businesses that are up there. Um, so you see a flyer of anything that's interest. If you want more information, let me know and we can get into it. But of interest, you see a flyer basically for a bakery, um, and it says that the bakery opens at 6. Um, you see a flyer for the Omni Church that's there. Um, then basically it just says like all are welcome. And then over the Omni Church, sort of overlapped a little bit, is one of those flyers for the grand reopening of the Church of Durian.
Desmond will kind of like elbow Roderick and points to the Church of Durian one. They're putting this shit up here too.
Great.
And he'll take out his notebook, hold it up to the bakery flyer, and dip his finger into one of his vials, make a rune on one of the pages, and the image of the bakery flyer will appear on his book. Then he'll close it up. Are we really getting cookies?
If that's going to appease the Church of Rena, then yeah.
You know, all of this was so simple before the switch. Desmond walks off.
Thrain, now as you all walk into the Omni Church, you can see like the inside of the Omni Church has these magical spheres that sort of hover, and they give like this soft glow of light of just these iridescent colors, and the entire premise, like everything is empty right now. But obviously, you could still go in there and pray, but there's no official service or anything going on at this time of day.
And then start my prayer rituals.
Okay.
Find a quiet spot. Stand there with arms balanced out on either side as if they are the fates of justice and pray to Doriel.
Is there anything in particular that you're trying to ask the gods for, Thrain, or is this just more of a like a casual prayer that you would do regardless.
Prayer, I do regardless, and then a little bit extra on more guidance on how we should handle a situation. Why were we chosen of all people? Trying to understand the situation.
Okay. And I don't know if we've ever got into the details of this, but what god are you praying to? Do you pray to one of the old gods? Do you pray to one of the new gods?
Where'd it go? I had it. It's Moradin,
So you pray to one of the old
the
gods.
yeah,
Okay.
dwarven god of creation.
Okay. In this era, with the new pantheon and everything, you probably don't find too many places outside of like Omni churches that actually even recognize your god as a god.
Maybe where I came from.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
there's one.
I could see back at your hometown, any place where there's like a large concentration of dwarves. Given how
Mhm.
old dwarves live to be and how stubborn they are, like them getting rid of like an ideology would be, or I'm sorry, a theology would be probably not even something they thought of doing. So for the most part, in like your home communities you probably still have. But like now that you're down south of Amethil and mixing in with general population more, you're starting to realize that like your god gets no respect.
Yeah,
The nicest way I can
Yeah.
put that.
yeah.
Who are you praying to? Okay.
I'm praying to fucking Carl down the road. At least Carl will fucking answer you.
Damn.
Damn. It's one of the preachers just standing above him.
She wagging
Loser.
his finger.
But yeah,
All right. So, what's the game plan as far as like how long you plan on doing this for? What's your follow up after?
late morning. I feel like we would. This wouldn't take too long, but I feel like we wouldn't do anything much until late morning when everybody would be. It's a normal
When the
time.
city wakes.
Exactly, a normal time to be awake.
So when Nell is praying, they are praying to Doriel for guidance in what to do in the situation. Like, what is the ideal outcome? How would I gain the upper hand on this primordial malevolence? Stuff like that. Just very direct questions about everything currently happening.
Understood. Neither one of you get a direct answer from the gods.
I assume so. We're
But,
level 1.
well, yeah,
Divine intervention.
you got a couple more levels before that happens.
It's just a few.
1 or 2.
What is it, level 11 or something like that?
10 for me.
10. Okay. All right. So, I assume after a while, Desmond and Roderick are gonna make their way back to the church and be like, "All right, you guys fucking done."
We got cookies. We're at the Church of Raina now.
I mean, if that's the case, they waited 3 hours for y'all to be done. That was a hell of a prayer, you guys.
Yeah, no. After praying for all of what was basically mentally venting to Doriel. Like, Man, I don't know what the fuck to do. Come on, bro, you gotta help me out. Eventually, gonna after like as soon as both they and Thrain have finished their prayer, they'll just kind of like gesture with their head, like "Let's go find them."
All right. So y'all are gonna go looking for Desmond and Roderick.
Yep.
Then I guess we'll volley it back. So after you two wander around, you get the flyer. Anything that you're like looking to do? Like I don't assume you guys are looking to go to the church.
So the bakery doesn't open until what, 8?
6.
6?
You guys got 3
It's
hours.
probably-
of that.
Yeah.
2.5.
Probably 2.5. Yeah.
I feel like we can go to the palace and get that stuff done with, and afterwards we can go to the church of Dragon Lady.
All right.
Let's head back to the Omni Church, pick up the other two, then head to the palace.
All right.
All right. So y'all reconvene, make your way back to the other side of the city to the palace. And as you get to the gates, are you guys wearing your tabards and everything, like actually fully donning the Eclipsean Order regalia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't believe you, Sin. I don't know why. But
Desmond doesn't like it, but he does it.
What if we would dye it black?
No.
like, yeah, like, did you though?
Listen, he's done some artificer bullshit to it, so when it's like on him normally it's black, but as soon as it's time to do something important and we're like actually there, he just like double taps it, it just turns the right color.
I could do that. I could also put the symbol on all of our armor so we don't have to wear the tabard.
But the tabard is something that is recognized as the Eclipsean Order.
Okay.
Yeah. So the guards at the gate, they recognize it, and they say, "Yeah, we heard word yesterday that you all had arrived early. Is there any sort of emergency or anything that we need to be made aware of?"
Not quite. This information is pertinent for Zahn to hear, but
There's no immediate threat, but there is a threat.
precisely.
Okay. You're gonna be catching him just before his normal morning training, but there's a matter he needs to hear about. I'm sure you'd want to hear it now. Come inside of the main chambers here, and I'll go call for him.
Oh, my brain's like, oh, this is one of Vardrock's original paladins. His morning training's definitely nude.
Yeah, so he's gonna come in the buff, just so.
I heard that there was danger afoot. Like,
Walks in and just. Can you not?
let me roll that back up for you.
So they pull you into this area here, and as you get into the main, the main foyer of the palace, one of the paladin come out, and they say, secured a private room for you all to have a meeting in. He escorts you through a side passage to a room in the back of the palace. And as you open the door and walk in, you see that there is this large room that's about 20 feet long, 15 feet wide, with a big table in the middle. And you can see that on the back wall is a large Dracarius flag that basically takes up the entirety of the back wall. And you see sitting in the chair on the far side of the room is this black dragonborn in the full Dracarius armor, and he's just sort of sitting there. And as you walk in, he stands up and he says, "Paladin Zahn, it's an honor to have the Eclipsean Order here." And that's where we'll end it at tonight.
Yep, Nell, you're up.
Aren't I always?
And then when he stands up, he knows he's completely naked, and then he's like, "It's customary for us to hug."
Yes, sir.
Like I said, Nell, you're up.
I'd like to roll to seduce.
He's like, "The little one first."
Wait, that would be Thring, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on. Who is the shortest? The dwarf, Megan. The dwarf.
Tall three? About Dickfoot. Yeah. So anyways, thank you everybody for hanging out. Drake Takes, thanks again for the raid. I appreciate seeing y'all every week. If anybody's still here, thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed yourself. If anybody wants, feel free to hop over to our Discord, and you can get in on our weekly Join and Drop Adventure League session, which will start, well, every other week we do that, which will be on Thursday. And then the opposite weeks, we do community game night of playing different Vidya games. We did Enshrouded last night, so that'll probably be the game for a little while, just because we can all play it at once, and it's pretty fun. So I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna call it here, so I don't drag this out too much longer. And I'll see everybody next week for the next episode. So yeah, good night.